Just another lonely night, and I'm thinking about you. Oh, just another lonely night, wanting your love. What can I do in times like this when it's you I miss so much? In the darkness, your voice I hear calling me from deep, deep, deep inside. How can I get you out of my mind? Nobody else's touch can make it right. So I try to forget about you. Looks like that's something I just can't do. Just another lonely night, thinking about you. Oh, just another lonely night. Just another lonely night. You say you're not really satisfied. Oh, so I need to know your situation. Is there a chance you could be mine? Oh, yeah. I need someone like you. Someone to love me. Someone like you. To love me, baby. Someone like you. Oh, yeah. I need someone like you. Well, I appreciate sophistication. And honey, that's a word you do define. Yeah. I can hardly wait to hold you. I can hardly wait to make you mine. Oh, I really wanna know you better. Really wanna get together. Oh, I need someone like you. Oh, someone to love me. Someone like you to love me, baby.
Oh, check 1, 2. 1, 2.
I need you, baby. Tell me now, is it right that you need? Do you want my melody? Tell me now, is it the power of meditation? Do you want my love? Do you need someone? So maybe things did not work out this time. Baby, don't blame it on yourself. Maybe Maybe the guy you chose is not quite right. That's not an easy thing to tell. So don't cry, don't take it quite so hard. It's truly not the end of your world. It's not impossible when you find your love again. You gotta open up your heart to know. Don't you deserve someone, baby? Don't you deserve true love? Don't you deserve a chance at true romance? Baby, come take a chance with me. Baby, the love you lost was not your type, so you gotta get him out your head. Baby, 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 love is a gamble, but it can be so nice. So put all your crazy thoughts to bed. So do try, it's really not that hard. Open up yourself to me, girl. It's more than possible you fall in love again. It's time to open up your heart for love. Don't you deserve someone, baby? Don't you deserve true love? Don't you deserve sitting by the phone, 1 o'clock, you ring, but I don't mind, 'cause your love's so divine, such a lot you bring. You are my sunshine, shine on me. You are my sunshine. Oh, won't you shine on me? And every day it's getting stronger in every way. And I wanna say, I want you to. You're the one I've been searching for. Shine your light on me. Open up, never close the door. Try my love, you see. And every day it's getting stronger in every way. And I wanna say, I want you to.
I got rid of what was loneliness when I finally made my heart beat fast. I didn't know exactly what to do, but I had to make the moment and tempt you here to stay. Now I know it. That I want you are mine. Hey baby, you go your way and I'll go mine. But in the meantime, when we're together, touching each other, and our bodies do what we feel when we're dancing, smooching and swaying, tender love song, softly playing. Move closer, move your body real close until we feel like we're really closer. Move your body real close until we
Come a little closer, baby. Don't be afraid of me. I'll be gentle as I can be. When I stroke your hair, run my fingers down your back, I want you to shiver as you run me right back. I want you. Can you feel me deep inside you? Stroking you like you want me to. Hearing you shout for some more. Do me once, do me twice. I want to make you feel alright. Love you all through the night. Give my all to you. I am giving you all my love, making it last always, always. Giving you all my love, making it last always, always. Now that you're giving me everything I've asked you for, let's make this moment last a little while longer. Whatever I need to do, I'm willing to make sure you never have a reason for leaving me. I wanna know, girl, inside you, stroking you like you want me to. Can you feel me, sugar?
feel me once, feel me
I
twice.
need every fantasy, making sweet love like you know it should be. Giving my all to you, I am giving you all my love, making it last always, always. Giving you all my, making it last. takes on new meaning. If you were here, you would know what I mean to say. Circumstance leaves me only waiting for the chance. I only want to love you more, more. Can't you understand it? Girl, you know how much I care. It's not the way I planned it, no. If you could only know my feelings, you would know how much I do believe. If you were here tonight, by my side, if you were with me now, when the lights go out, I cannot pretend. This bed's too big, oh, for me to be in alone.
From all the corners of our land, with persistence through some of the toughest times in our history, you could have been anywhere in the world, but you are here with us to celebrate the women and men behind every company, the unsung heroes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2022 NED Non-Executive Director Awards.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome event host, Mrs. Jackie N. Rokare.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure this afternoon and into the evening to host you at the 2022 Ned Awards. I'm going to request you to rise as we need to play the Uganda National Anthem and the East Africa Anthem, and then we'll get started.
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Please take your seats. Thank you so much for your patience. We were a little late getting started, but we are glad that you're here with us this evening, and we promise that there will be an exciting lineup and an evening filled with recognition for all the work that you do on boards. We'll kick off our festivities tonight with a video that speaks to the theme, which is the board's role in the recovery and growth of East African businesses.
The East African region, and by extension the globe at large, has over the last couple of years experienced a cocktail of unprecedented, multifaceted challenges and setbacks that have, in one way or another, impacted the socio-economic dynamics of the various countries and communities on an individual and regional scale.
As we know now, the world is facing a perfect storm. There's so much that is not right. And in these times, the board has to, make sure that the corporate governance structures are more elaborate. They are much more supportive of the economy, which is critical. So the board normally has to make sure that their organization prospers, it makes progress. The second thing that the board has to do is to make sure that they direct the organization towards a shared desired strategy. And the third key requirement of the board is really to fulfill and meet stakeholder expectations, client expectations, society expectations, and overall governance expectations.
What I think is important with the organization is to having strategy in place. Having a strategy, and a good strategy starts with making sure you understand what the challenges are. What are the challenges that are facing the organization? What is really, really important, and focusing on those. In that respect, I think I understand also that the board's role is to make sure that the organization is surviving for the long term.
The key drivers that have influenced the shift of the tectonic plates of the regional and respective local socioeconomic landscapes include, among others, pandemics and the ensuing lockdowns of varying magnitudes, geopolitics. In addition, there are the soft drivers such as environment, social and governance, ESG issues, technology, digital and cyber aspects and risks.
I think in my experience, for instance, in the media industry, we recognize that the newspaper is dying. The newspaper is dying out, and it's forcing the organization to change. COVID has forced the organization to change. It's now all about digitizing and leveraging the digital technology to make sure that you can, the business can continue to operate. Within the fintech and banking, I think it's about being relevant. I think with fintechs, we are innovative. We're always looking for solutions to address the challenges.
So while there's a myriad of responsibilities that board of directors are given and they're told what to do, if you peel it down like you peel down an onion to the core, it's about decision making. And it's about decision making in, what businesses are we in, what business model do we want. The other thing where NEDs could play a lot of value, especially in these volatile times, and you need business growth, is stretching and inspiring the teams.
As a result of the broad disruption occasioned upon the financial markets, supply chains, and transportation networks, among others, the impact of the above challenges and developments has been manifested in varying ways.
We all work within an ecosystem of suppliers, of regulators, of customers, of whatever. And anything that happens in the world has an impact on us. If within your industry you're the only company that is not taking up the opportunity to digitize, you're going to be left behind by your competitors. So you must be able to do that. The boards must also manage the risk that comes with it. Even having a Zoom call can be a risk, especially if you don't protect the password of the Zoom. You can have somebody hacking in and messing up your call. So the board must set the appetite for risk and tolerance and say, this is how much risk we're willing to tolerate. You can opportunity.
Risk management to a lot of the executives was very, very boring. It's one thing that you wanted to come into the board, give them the risk metrics, tell them the mitigations and move on. And the value of having a non-executive director who is not in the weeds like the executive and has an oversight and takes a longer term view is immense.
Despite the scale and magnitude of the aforementioned, the role of boards and the organizations that they lead in setting and influencing the short and long-term health and performance of the respective economies still ranks prime.
Besides, digital, which is what you already talked about, the new things that are opportunities that have come out as a silver lining. I would say the first thing for me is, the whole concept of purpose-driven organization, where you really commit to planet, people, prosperity, and that's how you create profits. And I think these are things that we never understood them in the way we have now gotten to appreciate them much more. But I think that, the other thing that the whole crisis has done is we are looking at the finer details of the business. Many organizations are now really, really critical about where they spend their money. So the game is much more about return on investment. Efficiency is really the new game. And then finally, I would say one more thing as an addition here, that through the silver lining, the board has appreciated the power of communication. In the past, we used to keep everything to ourselves as board directors. But now, the more you are transparent, the more you communicate, the more as an organization you appreciate it.
We are driving the agenda to say that it's important that you have good corporate governance, that your customers, your stakeholders, your ecosystem trusts you to do business.
From my perspective, what are big things that we learned? I think number one is being much more bolder around sustainability. When you create value for society, you become valuable. This every board has now gotten to learn as a lesson. The second thing is really the game of alliances, that you really can't do it all. And in difficult times, we have learned to work with others. So I would say use this moment wisely to become much more strong.
And some of those learnings have actually become part and parcel of the business. Some of the business planning of forecasting, short-term forecasting, has become part and parcel of the business. Have we learned? I think we have. Is that the last crisis we're going to have? Probably not. Therefore, the boards that will excel, the people who will excel in the boardrooms, will be those who are going to take those lessons and try and move the needle in adding value into the companies that they support.
Please join me in appreciating Josephine Olok, Sanjay Rukhani, and Jimmy Mugeras for sparing their time and sharing their insights in that video. I would now like to invite the chairman of the Ned Awards Organizing Committee, Mr. James Serugo, to give us welcome remarks. Please support him as he climbs to the podium.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for being patient with us, and you are welcome. Jackie wanted me to climb here so that I test the stage, so that later on when you come here, it doesn't fall on you. I would like to take this opportunity on behalf of the organizing committee and on behalf of the board of directors of LEAD to welcome all of you and to thank you for honoring our invitation. This is a celebration of all of you. Feel welcome, feel that this is your moment. We have gone through a process to get here, and the process was a bit long. We started with a research-based nomination process, and so we have many nominees, and I would like to thank you for participating and for coming, and we have a panel of judges who went through the nominations and had their own set criteria, and they come up with winners. So I also congratulate the winners, and I thank all of you. But everyone here is a winner, and the fact that we are here, we should celebrate the moment. Let me take this chance to introduce the panel of judges. In the house, I think we have two. John Brittle, John is a founder and CEO of Amani Partners and is a member of the panel of judges this year, and Joseph Tinker. Thank you, Joseph. We also have another member of the panel who is not here. She's traveling to come back here, and she will join us, and I will introduce her the moment she comes in. Thank you so much, our panel of judges. After their judgment, the results were passed over to our assurance partners, who have vindicated the nominations, the selections of the winners, and I would like to thank EY for playing the role of the assurance partners, and they are heavily represented here. Thank you, EY. And of course, we had the organizing committee, of which Jackie is an esteemed member. And there was Marion Mayobo, who has just traveled out of the country. There was myself and Ivan. Ivan is our coordinator, and he has done a great job to get us, all of us here tonight. So I would like to thank you. I would like to invite you to enjoy the evening. Please take your time. We have got great sponsors who have enabled this evening to happen, and I'm grateful for their sponsorship. And one of the sponsors, I'm sure you have seen just immediately outside here, that one doesn't want you to go away, and you are going to see the glasses flowing. So please feel at home and enjoy the evening. I'll take this moment to invite the chair of the board of LEAD to come and give you a brief background about LEAD and to welcome you here. My chair, Gertrude Karugaba.
Lift up your voice. Do you know who you are? Shout in love, declare it. Believers anthem. Come on, let's go.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have asked Jimmy to stand next to me to give me moral support. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to the 2022 NED Awards ceremony. I'm excited to see so many people in the room, many unfamiliar faces at LEAD events, but certainly not unfamiliar in boardrooms. We have in the room members of LEAD, we have board chairs, we have NEDs of experience and aspiration, we have regulators, investors, and other key stakeholders. I'm pleased to see amongst us here some people who have joined LEAD only a few months ago. You are all very welcome this afternoon. Appreciate yourselves, because somebody posted on the WhatsApp group of LEAD that a traffic jam has emerged because of the NED Awards. So for you to be here at this time, we welcome you. My job here is briefly to tell you about LEAD. For those that are not familiar with LEAD, I would like to introduce LEAD to you. LEAD is a not-for-profit company established in 2014. LEAD does many things, amongst which is really to equip corporate boards for the advancement of East African businesses. In fact, that is the reason we exist. LEAD was formally launched in 2019 and was a response to the need to expand the pool and depth of talent of individuals serving as directors of businesses and public sector entities within the East African region. It is a brainchild of the trustees of the CEO Summit and Strathmore University Business School. As I mentioned, our mission is to equip East African businesses to be well-led. And in furtherance of that mission, we continue to identify, equip, develop and make available to family-owned businesses, corporate entities, public entities, NGOs, credible individuals to serve on boards and support the management teams to be able to achieve the objectives of those organizations. Membership of LEAD is open to individuals and corporate entities. And in the room, I just want to acknowledge, firstly, the individual members of LEAD. If you're in the room, just rise up so that we can see who you are. Part of what we do in LEAD is to spotlight talent. So members of LEAD in the room. As you can see, the depth, the breadth, the experience there. If I had time, I would go into all of that we have. Please take your seats. LEAD is also open to membership by corporate entities. We have some of them in the room. If you are representing a corporate entity, I saw NSSF here. Stanbic is represented here. All of those boards are members of LEAD. At this stage, allow me to introduce the LEAD board members present here today. Those are the women and men who are stewards of the LEAD vision, who spend a lot of time thinking about the work of LEAD, and I'm privileged to work with them. I'll introduce them in no particular order. I'll start with Dr. Robin Kibuka. Robin is over there. Most of you would know him. Dr. James Onyoin. Jimmy Serugo to my left. Stephen Mukasa over there. Olive Lumonia, she just walked in as I was up here. We have Ruchira Chakravarti. Ruchira is over there, all the way from India. Welcome, Ruchira. Florence Bamwine, she's traveling at the moment, hasn't been able to join us, as well as Dr. Peter Kimboa, who most of you know as PK. In the run-up to this event, I and others associated with LEAD have spoken extensively about the purpose and intent of these awards. The primary goal of these awards is to recognize NEDs, particularly those who deliver exceptional performance in the boards that they serve. This year, we've reflected a lot on NEDs who have played an important role in supporting their organizations to recover from the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. And just as we came out of that, this year has been another difficult one. So about this time next year, we will be celebrating those who will have got their organizations to thrive despite the tough economic times that we are all facing. Jimmy has already talked about the organizing committee. He's talked about the work that they've done, and we really appreciate that. I'm grateful for the support of the following individuals and institutions that have enabled us to get this event underway and to support it in the way that they have. I want to start by recognizing EY. EY are our partners. If you don't mind, just rise so that we can see you. EY is represented here, amongst others, by their regional CEO for East Africa, Nancy. Nancy will also give us a keynote speech later, as well as Geoffrey Biamgisha, who's the country leader for EY Uganda. Let's appreciate them. They are not only assurance partners, but they've really, really thrown their weight behind this event. I want to recognize our sponsors in the room. I have seen some of their representatives. If I don't mention your name as a representative, please forgive me, but I will mention them in no particular order. We have MTN Uganda. We have MTN's chairman in the room. We have the CFO in the room. Thank you, MTN. We have Centenary Bank. I haven't seen anyone from Centenary Bank. Oh, they are over there next to the judge. Thank you, Centenary Bank. Umeme. We have a member of the board, Honorable Gerald Sendaula, over there. Thank you, Umeme. And I think I saw Peter. Peter is over there, Peter Kauju. Thank you for your support. NCBA, Uganda. I saw Mark over there. I don't know what's happened to Mark. think he stepped out. Mark is a member of LEAD as well. We are also supported and grateful for the support of Uganda National Oil Company. I don't know if they're here today. Uganda Clays, their CEO is in the room, Ruben, over there. Thank you so much. Uganda Breweries, who are responsible for our nourishment via the throat this evening. Juliana is over there. We have the chairman of the board, Japheth Kato. He's been able to make it through the traffic jam of the NED Awards. Thank you, UBL. Stanbic, I saw Rita, I saw Director Eva. Thank you so much. And we have in the public sector, Uganda Civil Aviation Authority. Olive is here. She already stood up as a member of the board. Thank you, Olive, and your team. And last but not least, the Insurance Regulatory Authority. I also want to thank our media sponsors and partners, Vision Group and Nation Media Group. Please applaud them, if you will. For those of you who are in media, you know the cost of airtime. So to get these sponsors to give us the airtime, we are grateful. These institutions that I've mentioned have caught the vision of LEAD and have continually supported our activities. Please join me again in appreciating them. Last but not least at all are three categories of people. One are the award judges. I know Jimmy mentioned them, but allow me to just thank them again. John Brittle, Joseph Tinkamanyire, and Alan Asimwe. Thank you for your time. The judges are not compensated for their time. So again, please join me to appreciate them. The organizing committee led by Jimmy Serugo, I wanted him to stand here so that you can appreciate him with the thunderous applause. I thank him because when we gave him the responsibility to organize the awards, the rest of the board sat back to see what would come of it. Thank you, Jimmy, and your team, Jackie, Namara, Rukare, Marion Muyobo, and Ivan. And talking about Ivan, Ivan, please come to the front, because without you, these events would not happen. Ivan has been an integral member of the organizing committee. And Ivan, you and your team, we appreciate you very much for all that you do. I know there are people behind there, John, George, Jacob, and the production crew. Thank you very much. The Sheraton for hosting us. Again, we are becoming too familiar. This might become our home, but thank you to the Sheraton. Again, join me to put a round of applause behind all of those people that have partnered with us. That's the last time I'll be asking you to clap, so I invite you to enjoy this afternoon. I congratulate the nominees. It's been a tough process. I know Jimmy did not go into it. We had the support of a research team by BDO. So everyone who has been nominated is absolutely a winner. For those of us who had the opportunity to read about what your peers have said, the contribution you have made in your boardrooms, we really, really appreciate you. So thank you for the work you do, NEDs. Thank you for the contribution you make. Sometimes as executives, we get cross with you, but we know that you're doing it so that our businesses can thrive. Thank you very much. Enjoy the afternoon and early evening. Until we see you next time, have a good evening. Thank you.
All over the world, lift up your voice. Do you know who you
And into our midnight, a heavenly song whispers that hope is alive. Oh, joy to the world on this holy night.
And Bachata rescued me. They gave me a family that loves me. My mommy, she loves me and the other children. She wakes us up to go to school. and takes care of us.
Oh, the beauty of feeling the beat of God's heart that tells us that we're not alone. Oh, our Emmanuel has come.
Watoto has been sending out choirs, and we are the 100. Watoto has helped me so much. I get to go to school, and there is nothing I learn. Come alongside a child like me and help Watoto feed, clothe, house, disciple, and educate us to become future leaders. It's only 70K per month to sponsor a child. Or donate any amount monthly or just this once. No matter how big or small your gift is, it makes all the difference it has in my life. Thank you, and may God bless you.
Okay, it is the season for giving, and we hope that with that video, if you have been so touched, that you will make those contributions that do indeed transform the lives of the children that are at the Watoto children's villages across the country. It's time for our first musical interlude, and our band, I'm just going to use the acronym BWT, is here to give you, I think they say tunes. I was listening to them rehearse earlier, and you're in for a treat. So over to you guys. For the hotel staff and for yourselves, please feel free to order a drink. We have quite a bit of a repertoire from Johnny Walker, but there are other drinks available for you to have. So just tell any of the waiting staff what you'd like to have, and we'll take a break. When we come back from the break, we shall get into our keynote address for this evening.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
If I had to paint a picture to show the world how true love would really be, I'll choose the brightest colors to create a vision of harmony. It'll be a reality, 'cause it's only starting inside of my heart. Never see a love as like you, right from the very start. Tell me, what is the color of love? What do you see? Is it warm? Is it tender? When you think of me, I see the color of love when I'm thinking of you. As a picture of a painting of love forever true. Yeah. Ooh, yeah, yeah. The colors of the rainbow turn gray whenever you're so far away. The changes like the season, show the reason it happens that way. What you see, a colors of emotions, reflecting what I feel deep inside. Now I'd like to take a look, all the emotions that you hide. Tell me, what is the color of love? What do you see? Is it warm? Is it tender? When you think of me, I see the color of love when I'm thinking of you. As a picture of the planet of love forever true. And though no matter if it's right to keep us apart, or the kind of that I see in you will shine a light to see you through. No matter what we do, I'll always love you. Woo! What is it, God, love? What do you see? Is it warm? Is it tender? When you think of me, I see it, God, love. When I'm thinking of you, are the things about the planet of love forever true. What is it, God, love? Ooh, baby, when I'm thinking of you, what is the kind of love? When I'm thinking of you, as a picture of the planet of a love forever true. You. Thank you.
When I think upon your goodness and your faithfulness each day, I'm confessed there's nothing cause I am worthy to receive that kind of love that you give. But I'm grateful for your mercy, and I'm grateful for your grace. And because of how you poured up yourself, I have come to sing this song out in praise. In oh, Kaka, oh, Yakalua, Imera, yes, and more. Who am I to sing your praises? Who am I to worship you, Lord? Who am I to worship you? It's your blood that makes the difference in me. And made a way. I made a way to enter into your grace. Come in your presence. I could never sing your song. By the sacrifice of Calvary tree is the reason I can cry out today.
Thank you,
onye gekadi ekele dịrị gị onye na-eme onye gekadi ekele dịrị gị onye na-eme mma 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 onye gekadi ekele dịrị gị Imelo, Imelo, Wakakai, Yikiruwa, Imelo, Imelo, Ezemo, Imelo, oh, Kaka, oh, Yikiruwa, Imelo, oh, Imelo, Ezemo. Thank you.
No, you can't forget this evening all your faces you were leaving. But I guess that's just the way the story goes. You were a smile, but in your eye, your sorry shows. Yes, it shows. Oh, I can't forget tomorrow when I think of all my sorrow. When I heard you there, but then I let it go. And now it's only fair that those sorrow shows. Yes, it shows. You can live if living is not you. You can't live. You can't live anymore. You can't live if living is without you. You can't live. You can't live anymore. When
I can't forget tomorrow when I think of all the sorrow. And I just the way the story goes. You always smile, but in your eyes, your sorry shows. Yes, it shows. I can't live if living is without you. I can't live. I can't live anymore. I can't live if the living is without you. I can't live. I can't live anymore. I can't live if the living is without you. I can't live. I can't live anymore. Can't live if the living is without you. I can't live. Can't live anymore. No, I can't live. Yeah, I can't live. No, no, I can't live. No, I can't live. I can't live I can't live if the living is without you. I can't live. I can't live anymore. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our band. They will be back later on. Please take your seats. We shall keep giving you some musical interludes so that you can catch up. So this evening, we have the distinct pleasure of getting our keynote address from Nancy Muhoya, the Regional Managing Director of EY East Africa. I'll continue. Nancy is a seasoned C-suite executive with close to 19 years of experience in providing extensive assurance expertise to clients in diverse sectors across Africa. She is currently the Regional Managing Director of EY East Africa and Country Managing Partner for EY Kenya. Prior to this, Nancy was the assurance leader for EY in East Africa, with a strong track record in providing exceptional client service to EY clients and growing the EY business. Nancy is highly respected in the East African business ecosystem. Her expertise has positioned her as a strategic resource for investors and businesses looking to break ground on the African continent. Nancy's education background includes a master's in business administration with a major in strategic management and a Bachelor of Commerce degree, both from the University of Nairobi. She's a certified public accountant, a member of the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Kenya, as well as the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Rwanda. Nancy is a champion for people-centric leadership and is continually guided by the ethos of integrity, enthusiasm, and cultural awareness in her management approach. Having made history as the first woman to be appointed as a cluster leader for EY on the African continent, Nancy has been deliberate with her efforts in sharing the spotlight with other female executives in the industry and mentoring the next generation of women leaders in Africa. Nancy is extremely passionate about holistic leadership, inspiring young talents, and building a better working world. She demonstrates this through various people and culture initiatives, which aim to shift perspectives regarding unconscious bias, gender equality, and empowerment through education in the workplace and beyond. Notable career milestones include her recognition as one of the top 100 women CEOs in Africa in 2021 and receiving the prestigious Top 40 and the 40 Women Award by Business Daily in Kenya in 2016. She's a highly sought after speaker and thought leader across East Africa, connecting with both executives and young professionals on relevant matters that are actively shaping the future of work. She is fluent in English and Swahili and resides in Nairobi, Kenya. Nancy, karibu sana.
Do you guys want to encourage me by giving me another clap? Thank you so much, and thank you, Jackie, for that warm welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, COVID-19 pandemic, drought in Kenya, the war in Russia, Ukraine, electioneering period across East Africa. Just so much happening around us. And every day as corporate leaders, as business leaders, we are faced with all those challenges and we've got to navigate them. And I guess that is one of the reasons that we are today. To perhaps try and sharpen our thinking, our perspective, as we lead, as we oversee the boards that we are interested on, the organizations that we are interested on. It's my great pleasure to be here with you. I was excited when Geoffrey, my colleague, invited me through Sandra. I think Frida she will walk in. She's also a partner in our office here in Uganda. I was excited to come and speak to this prestigious delegation. As you've heard, my name is Nancy, EY East Africa Regional Managing Partner. I have been in the role for a number of years now, and before then I was the audit leader, as you've heard. My tenure in EY, and my colleagues can attest to that, is one that has enabled most of us to have some visibility of what's happening in there in the boardrooms. You see us when we come for your meetings, don't you? And sometimes we also take up some directorship positions here and there. Now, so this afternoon, I'll be sharing with you my own thoughts of, what to do. How do we ensure survival? How do we ensure recovery? How do we ensure growth? How do businesses in East Africa thrive? What is that we as leaders, as business leaders, as directors are going to do perhaps differently? And if not differently, what is that we are going to do more of? We've been doing it, but can we do more of it? Ladies and gentlemen, in a world of constant change, a company's board plays an important role in helping it move forward. Today, boards are going beyond their core responsibility for oversight of corporate financials. staying on top of things like technological shifts and the company's impact on broader society. You heard the speakers, you remember the first clip that Jackie played for us? Those two aspects were mentioned by different speakers there. Technological shifts and the company's impact on the society, whether you're looking at ESG or other factors. And actually, even before the pandemic, we saw boards increasingly dealing with how to preserve corporate resilience, monitor corporate culture, and make the right decisions on risks around cybersecurity and other issues. So the pressure on boards to be fully engaged and act as catalysts for change is coming from all corners, basically from all directions. Knowing that the business, operating environments, and stakeholders' priorities will continually change, boards must help steer companies in the right direction and also play a critical role in the business recovery. Boards have become the voice of scenario planning of companies. What do you mean by a voice? This is a voice that keenly considers how today's decisions will impact the eventual recovery and steer resilient oversight on the significant issues that drive the company's governance. In today's business context, such mission critical, I call them mission critical, such mission critical issues are expanding the traditional purview of the board and demanding oversight of complex, fast evolving external risks and opportunities like those related to climate change, cybersecurity, and shift in the political and social landscape. What we have also witnessed is that companies, and increasingly their boards, are being called in to weigh on policies and positions related to the company's values. And, those company values that may challenge its relationships with their stakeholders. Company values, is the company just thinking about making profits? Is it also considering social impact? Those are the values I'm speaking to all about. The board plays a significant role in overseeing the company's strategy, operations, and policies aligned with company stated purpose and values. In order to enhance board effectiveness, boards are also recognized. They have also recognized the need to start assessing top talent in an effort to identify the leaders who are struggling with the change from the previous world of growth leadership, the previous world before the pandemic. I call it the world of growth leadership. But what is the current world about? It's a world of constant management of crisis. So we are coming from a world of growth leadership to a world where we are managing crisis every day. Whether you are a board member, or actually, even if you're not a board member, but you're a top executive in whatever organization you work for, by and by you find yourself really thinking about how to manage crises as and when they come. Making effective determinations about competences, backgrounds, and experiences needed on the board is key to building a strong board, keeping in mind that diversity across multinational dimensions is essential to board effectiveness, and more so towards impactful growth and recovery. So here we are talking about diversity. Is your board diverse? Have you taken your time to actually check that your board is diverse? Do you understand the importance of your board, being diverse? The perspectives, the different perspectives that the different individuals bring on board. The best board members have traditional leadership values and skills, such as strong ethics and integrity, diligence, and executive level ability to communicate with, inspire, and empower others. And of course, commitment to progress. And besides these qualities, board members should demonstrate curiosity, right? Continuing learning mindset, and a forward-looking entrepreneurial energy. You can't be a board member who does not have those aspects. Are you curious? Are you always looking for learning opportunities? And do you have a forward-looking entrepreneurial energy that comes from deep within you that inspires other people? They should be well prepared, stay abreast of governance issues, and look to continuously improve their performance. Are you that one person who is always prepared, or do you go for your meetings without any much preparation? Today, more boards are establishing other standing committees to absorb some work overload faced by existing committees, and or to drive focus on strategic issues such as recovery, as has currently been seen. It's just too much expectations of the board, just too much happening. And if boards don't do things differently, like the one I have mentioned, come up with committees to deal with aspects around, is it aspects around ESG? Is it aspects around giving back to the community? Is it aspects about talent retention and whatever it is? The focus on environmental, social, and governance (ESG) matters is also evolving to highlight historical long-term value drivers and illuminate new priorities. We see that boards are allocating such topics across multiple committees, with certain overall responsibilities resting within the full board. Additionally, ad hoc committees can be very useful in addressing important shorter-term board matters. So it's not a weakness to come up with ad hoc, committees, really. The board should be vulnerable enough to accept that here we need some help. And where are we getting this help from? Is it from an ad hoc committee? For whatever reason, at the end of the day, the full board takes, responsibility. And in view of the board's collective competences, boards should strategically allocate member talent across committees. Effective board and committee leadership is critical. Board committees themselves should select their chairs based on competences and leadership ability. Right? I know you know that. But just mentioning that those chairs should be appointed based on competences and their leadership ability. And any board leader, whether an independent chair or lead independent or director, must be dynamic, organized, and free of conflict of interests. Must be dynamic, must be organized, one who steers, who focuses, and does not let the board members digress, and one that is free of any conflicts of interest. Board diversity is seen as a significant driver of board effectiveness. Data shows that effective board diversity can lead to better corporate performance and avoid board staleness and complacency. And to support effective diversity, boards should engage in ongoing director succession planning. How many of us within our boards are actively discussing about succession planning? And if you are not, why hasn't that topic come up in the last 2 years? How many of us in our boards are speaking about diversity? Diversity could be many folds. It could be about gender, it could be about religion, it could be about education background, it could be about even geographical spread and so forth. So many aspects to look at when it comes to diversity. Boards should be highly intentional when and how they make decisions. Leading boards develop a process to support effective decision-making based on an applicable stage and relevant laws and the board's mission and engagement model. So it's not about just things happening by chance. It's not about boards having themselves on autopilot. Rather, it's being deliberate, it's being intentional, it's having a program for the board. And at the end of the day, coming to assess the board's performance at the end of the quarter, the half year, the year. Boards and management should agree on when the board expects to be consulted and informed about matters not formally requiring board approval or notice. When engaged in the decision-making process, boards should diligently assess whether they have all the relevant information. They should ask whether there are gaps in their knowledge or understanding. And this is where vulnerability comes in, right? Boards should not assume that they know it all. So they should ask whether there are gaps in their knowledge or understanding, identify and examine key assumptions, and have practices to discover and address any biases or any blind spots. They should ask probing questions and demand satisfactory answers about issues, before them. And for highly complex or significant matters, the critical mission matters, boards should work with the CEO or other members of the senior management to fully understand aspects of the matter before taking it up. But for now, let's pause for a moment and discuss the key areas of focus that boards should really consider in order to ensure recovery and growth. I've got a number of them. I'll just quickly highlight them. The top one, guess which one I put? You heard from my profile, I'm a people-centric person. And so the first one I put here, it shouldn't surprise you, members, that I put employee health and well-being, because I do believe that promoting employees' safety, well-being, whether you're using public information to educate your workforce, is important, as well as to create an environment that enables the new way of working. Because post the pandemic, our way of work will never be the same. There is no way any one organization can imagine that it will go back where it was pre-COVID, the 8 to 5 and so forth. As EY, we are really passionate about that. We focus more on outcome rather than on presentism. And I see increasingly most organizations doing that. So focusing on employee health and well-being should be a key priority. So in your agendas as boards, do you have such a topic on your agendas? Are your people well taken care of by those you have entrusted them to? So talent and workforce is the next. Basically putting your people first, fostering on diversity and inclusion, workforce planning, including succession for top positions. The third one that I have in front of me is actually consumer and brand. For some of you who are in manufacturing, in commodity, retail and commodity, or consumer and retail sectors, you need to increasingly or constantly respond to changing consumer behaviors. Adopt a credible brand voice and rethink your customer strategy in line with technological advancements. So is this one of the topics that you have on your board papers regularly? If it's not, why not? Financial and an investor, asking the right questions around cash flows, liquidity, be it short-term, be it long-term. Is it about debt financing? How do you communicating with investors? And obviously reviewing different financial scenarios. And you have your senior management to support you in this, but are you asking for it? Risk was mentioned by the earlier speaker in the first video clip that we watched. Are you increasingly or deliberately understanding the broad spectrum of risks that your organization is facing? They could be short-term risks, they could be medium-term, they could be long-term. There are risks that, of course, would cut across different aspects: cyber, geopolitics, regulation, reputational, third-party risks, whatever they are. Are you increasingly and constantly reviewing these, considering them and considering how you respond to them? And are you adopting new processes and tools? And are you also reviewing existing risk governance and internal controls? Do you have appropriate teams, appropriate capacity, that is, to help you as boards navigate through this? Or do you even have external consultants? If not in-house, you can also outsource. Government and public policy, you need to constantly monitor new compliance obligations, understand these changes, the impact of those policy changes, how you communicate with stakeholders. How is that regulatory environment affecting your company as a board? The other one I have on my list is technology and information security, investing in infrastructure and tools that support the resilience of the business operations, using technology to drive innovation and reinventing the business model. At the end of the day, cybersecurity is a must-have. It's not a nice to have, but it's one of those. It's really a basic requirement. Issuance and legal disputes. Do you have visibility of this landscape within the organization, and how are you responding to it? And lastly, supply chain. By adapting more responsive enterprise risk management processes and controls, board can support the organizations to pivot strategically and build enterprise resilience. But boards should always ensure business continuity plans, succession plans, crisis management processes are updated. Now, what we now know today, as I stand here, is that the biggest learning arising from all that has happened to our lives at macro, at organization level, is that crisis prevention is an ongoing process, right? It's not a one-off activity. In closing, every board should consider the following questions. I want you guys to pay attention. I'm not doubting you've not been paying, but this one, sit up, listen to me. In closing, every board should consider the following questions in order to improve its overall effectiveness, in the recovery of growth of the businesses they represent. Number one, in overseeing management's performance, how does the board evaluate whether management is living the company's purpose and values? That's the first thing. Are you really considering deliberately that your management team is living the company's purpose and values? And these purpose are obviously described in the code of business conduct and ethics. Two, how does the board engage with management in a robust ongoing analysis of the mission critical growth drivers, risks, and opportunities? How do you robustly engage management? Because if you don't do that, answers will not find you in the boardroom. You really must engage with your top management. Because remember here, you are considering the company's strategy, operations, performance, not for short-term value, but for long-term value. Three is how can the board materials improve with more sophisticated and broader use of succinct, stories that would be described by useful dashboards, graphics, data, KPIs, and benchmarking. Are you even going out of your way to ask for this from management? And if you are not, please, you need to. And also, on significant issues, how does the board diversify its information sources beyond management by engaging with independent advisors to help it assess the quality of management reporting and broaden its perspective? You really also must look outside, not just inside. You really must consider information that you could perhaps get from external sources. Do the board's corporate governance guidelines provide clear standards for director qualifications, continued service, tenure, and removal? Because again, this also speaks to diversity. Do you have guidance around rotation of the members, whether it's the audit committee chair, the board chair, whoever it is? Do you have some guidelines? Has the board discussed using additional committees? I mentioned about the ad hoc committees, particularly around risk, technology, cybersecurity, climate change, human capital management, and matters pertaining to ESG. Does the board calendar make sufficient time? The content is there, the will is there, but have you made sufficient time? So does your calendar make sufficient time for board engagement with management? Not just with management, but also with key investors, other stakeholders, including independent advisors? Or are you setting your meetings for 30 minutes and you have ticked that box for the quarterly meeting? Is every director consistently prepared? I spoke about preparation earlier on for board and committee meetings, as demonstrated by his or her engagement and contribution. And if they are not prepared, how is that feedback provided? Because you do not want board members who are just coming to take the space. Are they preparing accordingly? Are they adding value? And if they are not, maybe that's the last thing they want to do, to be. That's the last place they want to be in your board. It's a high time you started having candid discussions with them. And how does the board effectively leverage the support of well-qualified, trusted corporate secretary? Corporate secretary, the first time I'm talking about corporate secretary. But the importance of a corporate secretary is the fact that they are the liaison between the board, the committees, senior management. They help design and maintain effective board calendars. The calendar I talked about earlier, the agendas, the meeting materials, and so forth. You delegate this role of corporate secretary to one of your board members who doesn't have the time, then you are doomed to fail. You must really have an effective corporate secretary, or you outsource the same. Is the board effectively managing and leveraging diversity in backgrounds and perspectives? Is there sufficient diversity? Is this being discussed? Are the conversations happening? And I know some of these things can't be fixed overnight, but conversations must begin. And does the board regularly review its framework for effectiveness so as not to have false security in its current mission, in its performance? In short, does the board undertake its performance assessment? Ladies and gentlemen, that was a long speech from me, but I really hope that you found my thoughts useful, and especially these questions that we have just looked into. I want to take this opportunity, Jackie, as I give it back to you, to wish you all guys the best in your board roles. And hopefully we will see you soon. Thank you.
I believe we can do better than that. Sorry. Thank you very much, Nancy. I'm sure in most of your countries, at least in the East Africa region, we have a tradition around the middle of the year in June. Somebody from the Ministry of Finance, typically the minister, carries a special briefcase to come and tell us where the priorities for government income and spending are going to be for the next financial year. At Ned Awards, we have a similar ritual. So I would like to ask Sandra Bate and James Serugo, we need to make sure that there was no rigging and that the results of the winners are intact and that you are public witnesses of the handover that is happening right here on the stage. So James and Sandra, the podium. And that briefcase, I saw it earlier. Where is it? We need to see it.
I think I'll also need some security from Jimmy. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. I'll briefly take you through the process of how we arrived to today's night's award winners and nominees. And I'll start with the background that has already been mentioned by the chair lady. The objective of the Ned Awards is to eliminate the essential role of non-executive directors and to recognize the achievements of non-executive directors who contribute daily to the success and growth of businesses. As one way of recognizing the important role played by the NEDs of the various boards where they serve, LED took a decision to award outstanding performers amongst them. The awards are annual, and this started last year. We were appointed by the organizing committee of the Non-Executive Directors Awards to certify the voting process and the panel score results for the Ned Awards. The nomination process had the following rigorous vetting process: selection of the participating entities done by a research firm. Nomination invitations were sent out to participating entities. Completion of nomination forms. Review by the panel of judges, and then validation by EY. The nomination categories were 9, and these included the financial services, manufacturing, public sector, mass communication or media, not-for-profits, utilities, other services, chairman of listed companies, and lifetime achievements. In order to certify the results of the Ned Awards, we carried out the following tasks. We summarized the scores awarded by the panel of judges in the different categories I have mentioned, based on the criteria set by the Ned Awards organizing committee. We ascertained the total cumulative score of every director from the panel of each award category based on the reviews and the highest number of scores attained. We prepared the list of award winners for the 9 categories. And the certification We performed our tasks with reasonable skill and care and in accordance with the terms of our engagement and assignment approach described earlier. There were adequate controls governing the voting process, which could be relied upon in determining the award winner in each category. We therefore certify the list of award winners represents those nominees who obtained the highest votes in each category. And this report was signed today, the 29th of November, 2020, here in Kampala. Thank you.
Okay. At this point in our program, we are going to have what we call a word from our sponsors. So the team in our AV department will handle that. Immediately after that, the band will come back for a short musical interlude, and then we begin the award ceremony proper. So those of you who need to use the facilities, who need to catch up, I'm giving you some time because once we start, we won't stop.
Enjoy your daily dose of news and edutainment with the Tuesday Monitor. Plenty of weekly commentaries, analysis and strategies about finance, SMEs investments and market trends with Prosper Magazine. Grab the best business deals with the Tenders Pullout. Enjoy the best kids magazine, stories and fun activities with the Rainbow Magazine. Grab your hard copy every Tuesday or visit epaper.nationmedia.com/UG to subscribe. For more information, email us at customercareug@ug.nationmedia.com or call us on 0312 301 230. Daily Monitor. Truth every day. Enjoy your daily dose of news and
How are you? What are you doing here?
Candace, what's that?
I brought you a small bonus.
Bonus for what?
Daddy said you helped us get a house, a car, and Mommy's business.
But I only helped them get the loans.
You did more than that. You got us 299 family dinners, 64 kisses on the cheek, 12 road trips to see Grandma, 42 jokes from Daddy, 49 laughs from Mommy.
In over 60 years of dealing with numbers, we've learned that the numbers that matter the most to you are the ones that matter the most to us. NCBA Bank. Go for it.
On every journey of your dreams, you always need a trusted partner. A partner who understands you, taking you forward with new ways, providing unlimited possibilities, and making your successful tomorrow start now. A partner that is smart. A partner for the future. And that's my bank, Centenary Bank. Centenary Bank is regulated by the Bank of Uganda. Customer deposits of up to 10 million are protected by the Deposit Protection Fund of Uganda. On every journey of your dreams,
The 2022 NED Awards are brought to you by the League of East African Directors in partnership with EY Uganda, sponsored by MTN Uganda, Centenary Bank, Umeme, NCBA Uganda, Uganda National Oil Company, Stanbic Bank Uganda, Vision Group, Nation Media Group, Uganda Clays, Uganda Breweries Limited, Civil Aviation Authority, the Insurance Regulatory Authority.
wakula bulungi era bakulaba bakwegomba wangu bakulabako ki era bakifunye mubezi wange sambanyirira kikatulako ebise sandikwanga nze sanderetedde kubonabona nakweswazasoza nandikogate naye no mama mpisa zannema wanakati bwabwe kacenyabo atokampakwe era keno obulungi bw'abalungi tebagwa mutsi ye mama nfunda n'omubyaŋŋondera gamanyize musajja we Oh, Maria, Maria, Maria gwe Chango musajjao moyenge ekitiibwa kye wadde nga kunyizisa birikeeyo mu kisenge anakubudapudanga gwe lwali gwe watabu eyo inshuwarensi eyo bukate gobikirizanga ebyo ebikemo ebyokunsidi byegenderezenga ebigambo bye bakubuulira bisunsulinga sajja weyo gyatambulira gyotoli maama olunaku taba mumasanyu naye abeera mu kubonaabona nalikwagadde naye no maama ebisaza nnema wadde bwe kati nyabo tokampa gwe beera mukeno obulungi bw'abalungi tebagwa munsi ye maama nfunda n'omubyaŋŋondera ng'amanyize musajja we omusajja nagenda ku misiyo impossible ane ale ku misiyo kolera bulamu bwammwe andi eno ndi ku misiyo ndi eno ndaga egunnomera abaana bange biwalaga ebitaala omusira gwe nalabanga ebbalirwe engulo nangunuuneko kati gunfuukidde eyakataako zona omuyonza bitiyo kibyo kinfuukidde olukokobe kola ekya maama emirimu gye mmanyi baginyimana kubanga ndi mu mboze oluvannyuma lw'ebyo byonna munnange yandiwaddangudaabuda n'ompoza emirembe ak'obuntu kaliwa wadde mpazewazeko bibika obusubi ofusinze n'enkita bigenda mirembe Pagade na eno mama isaza nema wadakatibwa bwe katinyaho atoka mpakwe era kweno bulungi bw'abalungi ne bagwa munsi ye mama funda n'omubyangondera kamanyize funda n'omubyangondera onge wabwe mama
funda n'omubyangondera
nanzijjanjaba ngondere ngatampisa mu maso funda n'omubyangondera kamanyize musajja we nanzijjanjaba ngondere Fredi wabwe mama
funda n'omubyangondera
funda n'omubyangondera atampisa mu maso nanzijjanjaba ngondere kamanyize musajja we
poso eleki mingi papa bolingo zali komonana te lofundu elekaka nga na sukere nakomi lelo yo korepete mabe nasala mpona alakisaka yo te esika natiaka yo na motema bageste na lolendo esilisinga poza kolema seliloba na ye bolingo melama ya pio sheri okitisa motema na yo ka plaisir shanga nabenga yo ata deshade bodisala nga ya motema monamo mabe nasalika ye na lapita ye nakozongela lesioso te amoshanga komona yo na bomba yango na motema lokola nzoto na makila na ngai moko bolingo melama ya pio sheri okitisa motema na yo ka plaisir shanga nabenga yo ta deshade pozisala nga ya motema monamo mabe nasalika ye na lapinda ye nakozongela lisusu te amoshanga komona yo na bomba yango na motema lokola nzoto na makila na ngai moko ekweyo kamata nzoto nanga tie mwesima nyonso olingi na ngai lipesi mobima nalingi akanisa se mokete shabla nanga deshade papa shabla nanga deshade bolingo kamata nzoto nanga tie mwesima nyonso olingi na ngai lipesi mobima nalingi akanisa se mokete Shabaranga, Deshade papa, Shabaranga, Deshade bolingo. Susie matalinga na monte manapami kolenga. Soto moto komiko kondo anga pasi. Sheri kobaya ngaito nokina kufa. Pasi na moto, makanisi desomo. Ieba ozali mwana moto. Kopanga ngai kama tana ngatia mwasima nyonso lingi nanga epesi mobima na lingi asalisa se mokete shana nanga deshade mamba shana nanga deshade bolingo yana shade pula yo nakokufa nabona sanga yo deshade sheri olingi nasala nini po yebala linga ya koleka yokelanga deshade nakokufa shanga sheri kama tanga tia mwesima nyonso lingi atana brise Tipolinga nalingia sanisa semokete Shanana Desane mama Shanana Desane Polingo Nania katela ngalika moepa ya Ivane Moteme mesana sena ya ope menina Utuma bimana la kate kakaba esoni Aivane yebisaye Yatiti ya motema Shegi songela ye Alfanya musoni na naigobi Sabataza tola matia Kwesika nyoso Atala pise Alingi ya salisa semokete Shana na na Desa de papa Shana na na Desa de Polingo Sakaite Nazali mwasina ya motema Otoki sakaite Azali mwasina ya motema Nyoso na salaka yo na lingi olibisa ngaishanga Sela nyoso na leka Pabatala kisanga mosapi Ponini na koma curiosite na bato Ngaishanga Soki sole zwaka na makulu Kale mambe na tambola tate Kama tata tala ngatia Mwesika nyoso Atana wenze Shana na na Desa de papa Shana na na Desa de Polingo Pensa moça, pensa nhoça, pensa, e for doido, pensa, doide, pensa moça, pensa. Yebo, yakukola, yakukola, amadilinga. Oko dima, amadi lula, oko tema, yoka kaboy, oye, ula boy, oye, yoka kaboy, oye, ula boy, oye. Soko mama camarade papa Imwasi na mobale sila kala Soko mama camarade bugeyo Imwasi na mobale sila kala Saka moninga na ye Olanga te mamungu pamba Soko moninga la sangi sanjua Olanda teliba le silangala Toko mabaka magale mama Yemwasi na mobale silangala Toko mabaka magale mubeo Yemwasi na mobale silangala Thank you, asante. Zaza kabiri nzene nyuma sitera gorora ngolondeko bakinze nemiwola jafene babyolyeko gerekeze nasina byekolero ibijanjalo kumanyo nabijeko nakwesunga ddanga tukyali amapeera netya mama ati nze nkwetegekete nabuze n'akagato Bambi be my lover. Nachi, 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 boo, boo, boo. Please be my lover. Wega ite, wega ite. Nasindika omubaka nakuntwalako olw'ensonyi ennyingi bakunkwanako nasomba amapeera ng'onkuba mugongo sijja kwerabira ebyaluli nakunyonyogera nonywegera ebisigadde byali mu luyi engolo esambagire ne maamawo nakwesungadde nga tukyali amapeera netya maamawo ati nze nkwetegekedde nasuze n'akagato nawe nachi nachi nawe Bambi be my lover. Yeah, wegaite, wegaite, wegaite. It's the Bobby Band. Niceness. Orokoto, opo, orokoto, akaraba, akaraba, opo, orokoto, ausha, 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 opo, orokoto, akaraba, orokoto, opo, orokoto, opo, orokoto. Nakwesungadde nga tukyali amapeera nentya maamawo ati nze nkwetegekedde nakuze n'akagato nawe nachi nachi nawe Bambi be my love. Thank you. This is the Bob Gratham Band. We love you.
On every journey of your dreams, you always need a trusted partner. A partner who understands you, taking you forward with new ways, providing unlimited possibilities, and making your successful tomorrow start now. A partner that is smart. A partner for the future. And that's my bank, Centenary Bank. Centenary Bank is regulated by the Bank of Uganda. Customer deposits of up to 10 million are protected by the Deposit Protection Fund of Uganda.
The 2022 NED Awards are brought to you by the League of East African Directors in partnership with EY Uganda, sponsored by MTN Uganda, Centenary Bank, Umeme, NCBA Uganda, Uganda National Oil Company, Stanbic Bank Uganda, Vision Group, Nation Media Group, Uganda Clays, Uganda Breweries Limited, Civil Aviation Authority, the Insurance Regulatory Authority.
Okay, I hope you've had a chance to catch up with old friends, meet new ones. For those of you who enjoy a tipple, courtesy of Mr. Andrew Kalonzo and the team at Uganda Breweries, we have Johnny Walker, a Scotch whiskey black label. We have Tanqueray number 10 premium gin and Singleton, a 12-year-old single malt Scotch whiskey. So they have quite a number of goodies for you. It's the festive season. If you're struggling to figure out what to gift, please pass by there. I think we can safely call it a bar of sorts, and they'll tell you what you need to do to give a customized bottle of whiskey to your loved ones. Those of you who haven't yet tasted the cocktails, there are some young ladies making their way throughout the room. If I just grab one of these. There is Johnny and Lemon, there is a Tanqueray, Collins, and Singleton and Berries. So you have one of these on the table, so please feel free. Taste accordingly. So the moment you've all been waiting for is here, and now we're getting into the meat of the matter. We are going to kick off our NED Awards 2022, and I'll ask my AV team to get ready to play the nominee videos that we have. I just want to let the Civil Aviation Authority, our Deputy District, sorry, I'm now thinking about Rotary. Apologies, Olive. Deputy Director General Olive Lumonya will be the one who is presenting the award that is going to be displayed, so get ready. Over to you for the role.
In the category of Other Services, Education and Health. And the nominees are Engineer Proskovia Njuchi, Professor Freddie Sengova, Mr. Francis Xavier Lubanga.
So Olive, please make your way to the stage. James, our briefcase. We need those envelopes to be opened so that we can see who the winner is. Olive, Oscar moment. And the winner is... So you need to come back to the mic.
Wow, and the winner is Proskovia Margaret Njuchi.
Don't sleep, don't sleep. Wake up. Collect your money, collect your money. Wake up.
Come.
So while she's receiving her gift, Engineer Proskovia Njuchi is an electrical engineer who has a proven track record as an NED and chairperson of service entities such as Green Hill Academy and state-owned companies like Uganda Electricity Generation Company. She's lauded as a true leader in her community, including her fellow engineers. She has contributed to the transformation of Green Hill Academy since its inception in 1994 to become one of the biggest and leading schools in Uganda, with pupil and student populations in excess of 5,000 students across multi-level campuses of secondary, nursery, and primary. Congratulations, Engineer Proskovia Njuchi. Okay. Our next nominee video, please.
In the category of not-for-profit. And the nominees are Mr. Paul Senyonjo, Dr. Noeli Kaleba, Mr. Joram Kahenono.
I would like to invite the chairman of Stanbic Bank Uganda, Japheth Kato, to please come and hand over this award. And while he's coming up, engineer, I made a fatal mistake. I am supposed to give you a couple of seconds to say something. So please forgive my faux pas and let me redeem myself.
Thank you very much. I think I could say this. I'm really, really surprised. Very, very surprised. I want to thank you all. I want to thank those who nominated me. You know, at times you serve and you just serve. But thank you very much for nominating me. But I take this award not for myself because I don't serve alone. So really I'm taking it on behalf of my team, which I think is an excellent team. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate it and I'm extremely humbled.
Thank you. Japheth, over to you.
Okay, depending on which country, whether it is Kenya or Uganda, the results of the elections come out much faster. For a moment, actually, I thought I was going to receive this award. This is what happens when you are about to retire. You know, you go into that. But the winner, and there is only one winner, and the winner is Noreen Kaleba.
Is there a representative to come and collect on her behalf? So Dr. Noreen Kaleba is an established physiotherapist, educator, and AIDS activist. She is the co-founder of the AIDS Pioneer non-public actor, the AIDS Support Organization. Her leadership and positive contribution to the fight against HIV/AIDS is unprecedented. She has extended her leadership to organizations such as Baylor and UNAIDS that are at the front of innovations in the provision of integrated, high-quality, high-impact, comprehensive HIV, TB, and global health security services in Uganda. And a loud round of applause. I don't know if you can say a few things on her behalf, a few words.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm standing here on behalf of Noreen Kaleba, who's a very good friend of mine. We co-founded TASO, that's what we're talking about. Unfortunately, Noreen is undergoing a very bad period. She has a degenerative disease, so she's not able to come. I was not even aware she was nominated, so it's a pleasant surprise. I'm going to call her, and I definitely will take this award to her. Thank you very much to those who nominated her. She is indeed very deserving, you know, always looking out for others and helping until the last minute. So thank you very much indeed. God bless you.
Thank you very much. We now have a tribute video of one of the luminaries we have in Uganda in terms of helping us to grow businesses and who has worked and supported several boards, which we will now ask our team to play. Can we have that tribute video, please?
Dr. William Kalima was born in 1952 to Mr. Nathan William Kalima, RIP, and Mrs. Rodan Sivira Kalima, who were teachers at Bodo Hill Center, Uganda. Being born and raised in an academic environment at the tail end of colonial rule of British Uganda, he was privileged to study at one of Uganda's and indeed East Africa's leading schools, King's College, Bodo. His career has seen him work with, among others, American multinational chemical company, DuPont, after which, upon his return to his home country, Uganda in 1992, he has worked as a consultant to business, government, and developmental agencies since 1992. Playing an active role in the development of the private sector in Uganda, over time, he has served as the non-executive director, NED, mostly as the board chairman in several leading entities. In addition, he has supported the growth of a series of investment funds targeting agricultural enterprises in East Africa, African Agricultural Capital Fund, African Seed Investment Fund as the director, and the Africa Enterprise Challenge Fund, managed by Alliance for Green Revolution in Africa. Dr. William Kalima's pride and lasting legacy has been upon to take upon the leadership of relatively young companies and hold them to grow into established brands.
I can take you back to kind of the 90s when soon after I came back to Uganda, because I was active in the Uganda Manufacturers Association. Through that activity, I was appointed to the non-executive directorship of an organization called Uganda Gatsby Trust. Uganda Gatsby Trust had a program with Makerere University where they helped to bring Makerere University Department of Technology into contact with people in the private sector. And I was chairman of UGT. And through UGT, I became active in the Kilimo Trust, which looked at agriculture. Through Kilimo Trust, I moved on to African Agricultural Capital, which raised capital and did sponsored people, organizations, and individuals who were in small agricultural companies. In many cases, I have been lucky enough to start small companies and watch them grow into something bigger. And it takes time, of course. You don't become a bigger company overnight, but sometimes it takes 5 years, sometimes 10 years, sometimes even 20 years. And also, there's some rules of the game which, after a while, become natural to you. For instance, always be prepared for meetings. So, however busy you may be, you have to create time. And sometimes, actually, some directors turn down invitations to join their board because they don't think they'll have the time. It's very important to have enough time and to learn to become very familiar with the details of the company. And if you do that, if you really understand the nature of the business, your results will be satisfactory, because you have to, in a way, the more you love or care about the company, then the more good work you do for the company. Learning as much as possible about the nature of the business, that's important. You need to understand the customers. If you're chairman of the bank, you should understand what, just beyond what the board papers say, you need to understand what your customers are thinking, why they work with you, and so on. So communication is very important with all kind of stakeholders, including also your fellow board members, because very often you learn just as much from other board members as you learn from management. So I would say it is care and attention to detail, preparation, those things are important.
Okay. We now come on to our next award, and I would like the MD of Uganda Clays, Mr. Ruben Byaruhanga Tumwebaze, to come up as we play the reel for the nominees.
For the category of Public Sector, the nominees are Ms. Angela Kiriabwire Kanyima, Haji Zubair Musoke Musai, Mr. Juma Kisame.
Wow. Good evening, everyone. I hope you're enjoying your wonderful roofs and houses. In case you haven't, come and we talk. And it's really an exciting moment for me, because this is the person who gave me a job one time. Yeah, and the winner is Angela Kiriabwire Kanyima.
Mrs. Angela Chiriawire Kanyima is a stalwart in the public sector, where as a non-executive director, she has supported public sector entities, including Civil Aviation Authority, Uganda National Roads Authority, among others, to continue to grow and navigate a dynamic operating terrain and environment. Congratulations, Angela Chiriawire Kanyima. A few words from you, Angela.
I think as she comes to say something, she was the chairperson board, Uganda National Roads Authority from 2015. The transformation you saw in our infrastructure is partly to blame.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm extremely humbled by this. I didn't expect it. I saw something trending, you know what social media does, and I was like, where did this come from? But I would like to thank the Civil Aviation Authority for putting me where I am today. I want to thank the management represented by the Deputy Director General. We started this journey of internal audit, and management has made a world of difference. They are one of the few entities that you move in and you find that people appreciate the role of internal audit to make an institution better. And I want to thank the Civil Aviation Authority for doing that. There's a gentleman in this room who I'll take the opportunity to also thank, Mr. Japheth Kato, who he interested me at an earlier stage in getting interested in areas of internal audit. And Chief, as we would call you, this is it today. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to all our winners so far. We have more to go. We're going to take a brief musical interlude, which allows you to move and congratulate the winners. Unfortunately, there is no last-minute campaigning because the winners have already been selected. So for those of you who are nominees, maybe we'll see you again next year, but let's take a musical interlude and then we'll be back with the next segment of the awards ceremony.
Twalia kuga twalia ebyasinga bina yabakusayi muto aganira ku ssogolero enkidoozi n'amubuna baana kwenga twachagala kwekikwangala mulimo gwaffe gwe twabeerako bamusayi muto gwegwoyo kambeere sinakindi tonnazaalibwa ebinyonga weebirife wasajja ebimuli by'okukampala twali balungi naffe ebyenyi byaffe lwakutakuka twali batoddwayira obususo kabiri kaliiri twali balamu bulungi kumange emolaga eddagala lyaliyo twali basajja baali baagala endongo zinga njagala nnyo endongo ssanyu lyange lyandemu ndongo abalala za kunywa n'omwenge z'ensonda za kirongo mwana nkweze sikutendera ebinyumu ebyaffe byali mawa kucakala kusanyuka kubepeya kudigida kuloola kubibya kukeesa budde mwana gwe twali bakozi tetusanyisa twali bakozi ddoddo ddala imululu nalwawo okuwasa balejjalejja badde tuzanga nabanga nnyo simaati erere nabadaje nabangamo az'omwinaani w'eri engulu munobani sirema yalinga taseera baavu ate nno buli musono gwaliyo ey'owakabina neyange muserebedde zino gye nabangamu n'owekafumba mwe yanneegombera atayangayo jjobbi wange yali agindabirira omujjo gwaffe gwasena sigano gakugwirana gaali mazina mazungu ddala ng'osooka kutendekebwa abamu okuyiga baayiga baakakanyala amagulu ne balemwa bwe gaakulemanga n'osigalaawo okutunuulira bano bakafulunge babiibya nantono nakwata omulala olulala buuba okyatunula nga baddukira n'owuwo mwana gwe sikutendera ebinyuwa ebyaffe byali bawa kucakala kulibira kusanyuka kulepuya kulibya kuloola kukeesa budde mwana gwe
Wali kuzina n'okucakala ekitegeeza nze mwakolanga
baali bakozi okuzanyisa baali bakozi nnyo nnyo ddala
ekazi bwabanga ocakala babanga olwakutwalanga
walimu olwenda lwawo okuwasa abalejjalejja banneeyerezanga twalinawo Suzaana obuwulire ng'abantu baagalayo mwali bbande mwali omukonga kommonto ogugwala ayinawo Lakwita eyomuno nga bamuswanga litutyayo yali y'abazungu n'abaganda baali benkanamu kyenava nsenga emmengo New Life mwennyirira awalala ondangayo neetemagana erumbiya n'omubiri bali muzika woma bakubanga nga byakikuku nnyo alyobeera nkyoba tuli mikalamula n'Amerika bakuba nnyo kalipso zaayagalwa ng'abantu mu Kampala eza Belafonte nelepyetina kyekyo ne bakonkola endongo omukeerere natuuka n'okumwenya abafumbo nga bangi balyomwa bateesezangayo mwana gwe sikutendera ebinyuwa ebyaffe byali bawa kusanyuka kubeera kuloola kubeera kutwewa kukeesa kukeesa budde mwana gwe
bali kuzina n'okucakala ekitegeeza nze mwakolanga
baali bakozi okuzanyisa baali bakozi nnyo nnyo ddala
ekazi bwabanga ocakala babanga olwakutwalanga
olimu olwenda lwawo okuwasa abalejjalejja banneeyerezanga
babanga olumetta okuzina wakolanga ki okwesanyusa
watuulanga onootunuulira abagamanyi nga beesibira
n'okucakala ekitegeeza nze mwakolanga
baali bakozi okuzanyisa baali bakozi nnyo nnyo ddala
ekazi bwabanga ocakala babanga olwakutwalanga
olimu olwenda lwawo okuwasa abalejjalejja banneeyerezanga
olumetta okuzina wakolanga ki okwesanyusa
wanyanga mpira n'otunuulira abagamanyi nga beesibira. Thank you.
Obangeyo, obangaina, obangeyo, obangaina, obangeyo, obangaina, obangeyo, obangaina, 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 obangaina.
ndi wa Maguleti wagula oluleso olw'olukumi ogulina Maguleti nasiiba maziga okuzibya wire ku lwa Maguleti n'abaana bo tebakyakubona ku lwa Maguleti wamala ekitiibwa ne ssente oli wa Maguleti wagula olujoozi olw'omuwendo ogulira Maguleti ngasiiba maziga okuzibya wire ku lwa Maguleti wamala ekitiibwa mu maka go ku lwa Maguleti obanga yena obanga eyo obanga yena obanga eyo lwali lwakutaano sawonekera nalina okusoma nina mwenda nanaye n'omwana Maguleti gwe nimba oba Maguleti ntolimba ntalina omusada yanziramu nti nzira musada n'erinnya ngenda kulikyusa ngenda Julieti ngenda Bufumbo obanga yena awo olwatuka gy'omwami yalwala awo olwalala balasanira kitanda balasanira kitanda n'akapisa omunamunde yanziramu ayenda Maguleti ow'ebbeeyi mama balete kutene balete kutene agenda Maguleti balete kutene agenda Maguleti mwana omuwala oyo gwoyagala mwana omuwala oyo yeewulira mwana omuwala yantwalire naye w'abaana mwana omuwala yantwalire dalingi wange mwana omuwala yantwalire naye w'abaana mwana omuwala yantwalire dalingi wange tinamba nti ozimulaire timbanga nti wezirisamwe nabangana likubagaya nabangana likubagaya nabangana moyo gukoma obanga yena Obangayina, Obangayina, Obangayina. Thank you.
Applause for our band. I think they've done a great job to keep us entertained. We do have a slight change in our program, so we will be running the nominees for the manufacturing category. So I'll ask our team to run that nominee video. And I'll request Honorable Gerald Sendaula to make his way to the stage.
For the category of manufacturing, the nominees are Ms. Barbara Mulwana, Dr. Eric Adrico, Mr. James Kahoza, Ms. Rachel Dumba.
Good evening, friends. I wasn't aware that I would be requested to stand in front of you to make this kind or to perform this kind of function. You know, there are times when you completely know that you are now off and finished. And that has been my feeling all the time. But somewhere there have been people who have been thinking about me, and they would know that even the people who stay in Rakai are very close to the people in Kampala. Now, the person I'm being asked to hand the award means quite a lot to me. Our father was very instrumental. Yes, in the creation of the strong private sector that we see today. And when he retired from the private sector leadership, at that time I retired as a Minister of Finance, he requested me to take over from him at the private sector foundation. So I indeed joined the private sector and then nominated to chair the private sector foundation. Now this is Barbara Mulwana. Congratulations, Barbara. If she's around, I wish she is. I wish she is.
Mrs. Barbara Mulwana is a...
She's not yet here, but she'll be here soon. No, she wants a company of someone. Ah, Bambi. Ah, yes.
Mrs. Barbara Mulwana is among Uganda's corporate leaders with broad expertise demonstrated across several sectors, including intergenerational family business. Specific recognition is given for her leadership at Hima Cement, a leading cement manufacturing franchise and subsidiary of Bamburi Cement Group in Kenya. Under her leadership, the business has expanded from its historical base in Kasese to new geographical locations in Namamve and Tororo. In addition, the company has navigated operational, supply and distribution impediments and challenges driven by the pandemics, regional and global geopolitics. She has demonstrable achievements for intentionally driving increased labor training among youth. Congratulations to you, Barbara.
Congratulations, Barbara. She has come along with Dr. Adrico, who is equally a very important person in this country. Dr. Adrico, thank you for accompanying Barbara. Barbara, here is the award which you sincerely deserve in my congratulations. Relatively heavy. Yeah, relatively. Okay, they want you to say something.
Ladies and gentlemen, to God be the glory. Everything that I am and everything that I will be is because of God's grace and favor. That's the first thing. The second thing is I'd like to thank Lead for your nomination, and thank you very much. The reason why I brought Mr. Adrico is people always think echipia chechirunji. No, there is a lot of wisdom, there's a lot of knowledge in people like Mr. Adrico, who set up a factory in Arua running on generators for most of the time. Am I right? All right? Now, manufacturing is hard. Now, setting it up and having that vision of setting it up in an area like that, he is my hero, not me. He's the hero. So I thought, in fact, I knew he was going to win because I think these are the people we need to honor and respect. Also, I take this, people say I'm manufacturing, it's not me. And I like the fact that there's so many women. It's my mother. My mother, Mrs. Sarah Mulwana, you people don't know her, but she's the power behind all this. Me, I'm just the face. So there's nothing that I do. I'm just poko poko. So I'd like to honor and give all the honor to my mother, Mrs. Sarah Mulwana. She should be standing here receiving this award. And most importantly, all this would not have been possible without the customers who buy a product from Jessa, a product from Uganda Batteries, or a product from Nice House of Plastics. So once again, this also goes to anybody who has ever bought a product from us. Thank you. We thank you, thank you, thank you.
A round of applause for Barbara Mulwana and Dr. Adrico. We'll move on to our next category of nominees in mass communication.
For the category of mass communication, the nominees are Mr. Patrick Ayota, Professor Samuel Sejaka,
I would like to invite the Chief Human Resources Officer, Catherine Tumusime, from the Uganda National Oil, what is the C? Company? Just checking whether you are still paying attention. Catherine, please come to the stage and announce our winners.
Yeah, I'm standing here on behalf of Ms. Proskovia Nabanja, the CEO of UNOC. UNOC is proudly associated with the League of East African Directors because we value governance. We value governance, and any event that comes up, we are happy to support it. And the winner in this category is Mr. Patrick Ayota.
Mr. Patrick Ayota has been instrumental in steering Vision Group through the recent past, most specifically through the pandemic, COVID pandemic. With adverse business operation disruptions leading in adverse decrease in diversing into new revenue streams, cost cutting and other balance sheet initiatives have seen the business stay afloat and register sustainable growth. Vision Group is a listed entity requiring increased reporting and oversight under his leadership.
Good evening. Thank you for this. And I'll do what we normally do in Hollywood. I thank my mom. I thank my village called Nyem Nyem. Now, it actually is there, Nyem Nyem, in Tororo. You know, growing up with my uncles, my aunties, they kind of really tore my rear end, but in the process, they built who I am. So thanks, and this is an honor to the village I come from, and to the family of New Vision Group, the family of Housing Finance Bank, and finally the family of NSSF. For all of you, I know you are my bosses because you save with us, and because of that, I'm here standing. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
I'm going to ask for us to run our sponsor roll as we take a brief commercial break. So if the AV team could run our sponsor roll to recognize our sponsors and partners for this evening. And again, congratulations to all the winners tonight.
The 2022 NED Awards are brought to you by the League of East African Directors in partnership with EY Uganda, sponsored by MTN Uganda, Centenary Bank, Umeme, NCBA Uganda, Uganda National Oil Company, Stanbic Bank Uganda, Vision Group, Nation Media Group, Uganda Clays, Uganda Breweries Limited, Civil Aviation Authority, the Insurance Regulatory Authority.
Next, we go to our nominees for financial services, and I'm going to ask the Managing Director, Centenary Bank, Mr. Fabian Kasi, to come to the stage while we run the reel.
For the category of financial services, the nominees are Mr. Matthias Katamba, Mr. Gustavo Bwatch, Mr. Timothy Kanyerezi Masembe, Ms. Eva Grace Kavuma.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and I'm lost for words because this award is going to my boss, the chairman of the board of Centenary Bank.
As chairman, Mr. Gustavo Bwatch has contributed to the transformation of Centenary Bank from a modest financial institution to one with a diversity of banking products, digitally driven distribution channels, and branch network serving the largest customer base across the country. In addition, he has also seen and contributed to the transformation of the bank to become a holding entity with several subsidiaries under his name. Congratulations, Mr. Gustavio.
Good evening, everybody. To me, this has been a big surprise, extremely big surprise. I've only been in banking industry for 4 years, and I'm surprised that I'm being given this award. I would like to thank those who nominated me for this award. I would like to thank the staff of Centenary Bank, the managing director, and the directors of the bank and the directors of the group. I cannot stand here and not mention one person among us. That is Honorable Gerard Sendola. Honorable Gerard Sendola was my mentor when I was in the minister in Ministry of Finance, and I was Accountant General then. Honorable General Sendola, I thank you greatly for mentoring me and making who I am today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now hand back to the band. Just 5 minutes or so, warm us for the remaining categories coming through.
Yeah. She done bought me in better known jeans. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know the hairstyle because she was a queen. In a blink of an eye, I knew her never in her name. Yeah, yeah, yeah. She said I was a tiger she wanted to tame. My Caribbean queen, now we sharing the same dream. All the hearts, they beat us well. No love on the run. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I lose my cool when she steps in that room. And I get so excited I fall half of you. Electric eyes that you can't ignore. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I bite short back to like never before. I was in search of a lover that's right in my game. Yeah, love of the fathers from my heart. My Caribbean queen, now we sharing the same dream. Out of hearts, ain't need a word. Your love will be right. Yeah. My Caribbean queen, now we sharing the same dream. Out of hearts, ain't need a word. Your love will be right. Come on, give it a minute. My Caribbean queen, now we're sharing the same dream. Our hearts can't beat us right. Love the right. My Caribbean queen, now we're sharing the same dream. And our hearts can't beat us right. Love the right.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it might not be in the protocol, but then let me introduce the band. We are the Barbed Wire Thong Band, entertaining you tonight. And we do perform on occasions like corporate functions like this, weddings, birthdays, or we do not perform on funerals. Yeah, we haven't yet arranged that arrangement. But if you need us, please contact us. We shall be there for you. Thank you. And if you need any flyers, we have them here, so you can just come. Yeah, we're going to distribute them around, please. Thank you. Enjoy the evening.
Thank you to our band. Get back into our lineup for tonight. The next category is for utilities, so let's run our nominee reel.
For the category of utilities, the nominees are Honorable Gerald Sendaula, Honorable Colonel Stephen Basaliza, Engineer Dr. Badru Chigundu,
We have Joshua Esau from the Nation Media Group. Can you please come to the stage and hand over to the winner?
Good evening. I found the envelope empty, so for quality assurance, don't judge me. Yes, the winner for the utilities is Gerald Sendaula.
Honorable Gerald Sendaula has been instrumental as a non-executive director at Umeme Uganda Limited, where his leadership has contributed to the continued growth of the company as the largest energy distributor in Uganda. distributing over 97% of all the electricity used in the country and serving in excess of 1.6 million customers who are split into domestic, commercial, and industrial users. The company is listed on the stock exchange and regulated by the Electricity Regulatory Authority, requiring rigorous oversight and reporting responsibilities. Congratulations, Honorable Gerald Sendaula.
Manulima, kutumbola ngai te. Ele kakanango, le grand ninja.
Once more, good evening, dear friends. When I retired as the Minister of Finance, I already mentioned to you that personalities like the late James Murwana thought I had some bit of energy and the capacity to do something. And so was the situation again with James Murwana, the late. You recall he was one of the founder members of UMEME. When Actis took over the distribution of power in this country, he was appointed a director of UMEME. So when he was again retiring, he thought I would be ideal to be a director on the board of UMEME. So I was appointed to the board. I want to say to you, together with my other colleagues, starting with the chairman of the board and the rest of the board members, both local and foreign, we made a lot of effort. I chair the committee on customer service and loss reduction. We have reduced the loss from 36% to date to 16%. Revenue collection was also a problem. When I was a Minister of Natural Resources, that was long before I came to finance, part of the natural resources was UEB, National Water, and the rest of these organizations. We had problems of distribution of power. And naturally, our revenue collection was relatively low. And at one time when I went to Washington to seek financing, we had a problem. And this is the time when the World Bank and other bodies that was supporting us proposed that we restructure the body so that we can have generation, transmission, and distribution. And I am equally happy to inform you that as of now, collections by UMEME is at 99%. The distribution and reaching the people, we moved from 200,000 customers to nearly between 2 million, 1.7 and 2 million. Certainly, what is happening, we've been told that our term, our contract, our concession ends in 2025, and the government doesn't seem to be interested. This is what we heard from the Minister of State, that the government was not interested in extending our concession. We have no complaint whatsoever, only we say we've tried our best. You know, it has not been easy, and we hope maybe someday someone will think we did a reasonable job. I want to thank the organizers of this arrangement of recognizing people, to have certainly recognized me. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Grand maître Franco,
So we are getting to the climax of our evening. We have just 2 awards left. So I'm going to ask that we run our sponsor messages, one from Umeme and the other from NCB Bank. And once those are done, I will request the band to give us a couple of tunes as we head into the climax of this evening.
Introducing My Umeme Online, the convenient, secure, and easy way to apply for a new electricity connection online. On your internet-based device, go to www.umeme.co.ug/My Umeme Online or download the Umeme mobile app and go to Get Connected. Click on Get Connected from the drop-down tab on My Umeme Online to directly access the application site. Sign up for your My Umeme Online account with your full name, working email, and phone number. Access the application page.
From the hills, the rocks, and the rivers, the world is designed in utmost beauty. It's from this beauty that we derive inspiration to create. Clay is made by these live interchanges where it gets its soul. Over the years, Uganda Clays Limited has perfected the art of creating firm, smooth, strong, and everlasting tiles. Uganda Clays Limited is a leading manufacturer of quality baked clay building products in Uganda. It uses state-of-the-art kilns to currently provide the building materials in a brick red color. The company manufactures its products using Italian-made heavy clay processing machinery. Its main business is production and sale of roofing tiles, walling, and other building materials. UCL credits its growth over the years to a strong and dedicated workforce that constitutes the backbone of the company. The Kamonkoli factory is automated with the latest technology of bricklaying, minimizing human error and maintaining consistent production specifications. At Kajansi, the 2 kilns are powered up by coffee husks, supporting coffee growers. The company sells its products within the East African community. Uganda Clays is always determined to provide the best tile solutions for your construction needs.
Flight through the 60 years, 1927. First flight landed in Uganda from Kenya, 1936. First airfield established at Kololo, 1952. Entebbe International Airport commissioned by Queen Elizabeth II, 1962. 27,000 passengers at Entebbe Airport. 1967, Uganda became a member of the International Civil Aviation Organization. 1976, raid on Entebbe, over 100 hostages rescued. 1991, Civil Aviation Authority established by the Act of Parliament. 118,000 passengers, 52,000 metric tons of cargo at Entebbe. 2005, Civil Aviation Authority Head Office commissioned. 2007, the airport facilitated Choga. 2017, Civil Aviation Authority scored 81.8%.
If you complain about my lyrics, say them wrong. How would I be strong? And if you complain about my melody, say them copy from somebody. And this year I write it for you, so that you can do what you want to do. At least melody. American table. If I sweet on you, why? I dig it, don't dig it again. 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 I dig it, don't. Lord. Now you hear the sound, melody, you wanna ring, lyrics are green. Now you hear the sound, melody, there's a sweat, how is it green? I really don't give a damn, just want to jam, man I know, man. You can't say all the lyrics, listen to me, listen. Listen to me, listen, why? Dig it, don't dig it again. I 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 dig it, don't. Boy, what you done about this? When you do this second thing, me I gonna test your breathing, man. Mattia, let's go. Come on. You are king them to some, to be critics, we never relates. And every year, you are king them to some, some of them can't try to lie, no even right, no nasty time. Now listen to my melody, I really can tell you, if I sleep on why. I dig it, don't dig it again. 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 I dig it, don't. Thank you. Thank you. That's too bad. Vous savez, là, tes voisins. Nasana yo nite, voisins kai, na dipe lo nite, e pana yo, na bo na yo na tie, na famina yo, santo yo, ya mote mama be, voisins kai, mote mama be, y como Cristo, a lo que mwana bato, y engañoso, nanda kwanza be, lelo yo. Pakange no kinakatie ale mwana bato sato yo si metere masala bona misonyoso lopita lesali bona misonyoso akamaluka la kaimakambo bona nide sato yo ya mote mama be wasena kai mote mama be Ibo matsalela ngai voisin oyo mosala profunda ngai sina mosala pamba balongola ngai Fundo ya tise suka kasema kombore. Mabala konya tateza lipolo ngana yote. Sabe sokili pele sala tate kisa na moto liboso. Ada sepela. Sambo fosti maziki. Natama ya kala kozala kikuku tamakisi. Lelo ikumo moto nyoso bidle na maboko. Yaka Yesu sakisuka mwanamba ebisa na milengele. Ipare na komi mubanje. Kaimo bisma yo. Sato ya monte mama beye. Olio debrieze la yo. Kaka kofuda bato. Osala kolangwa. Sima na tonga mamona kayo sambelaka. Soka monte manayo. Etona mabe. Fosena kai. Sika kai. Sika lokuta. Ika kola na via bato. Fosena kai. Ya monte mama beye. Ponga na beka ye. Diva. La fundo ya tite suka kansena koboye. Mabala kunyata kesali pulonga na yote. Zambe sokili pele sana kazi kisana mota libosoko. Bada sepela. Somo fostino aziki. Natama kala tozala kikuku tabakisi. Lelo ikuma motonia Bible na maboko. Yaka Yesu sakisuka molongo ebisa na bilegele. Ipare na komi mubanje. Kaimo Kristu na yo. Oh le 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 le. Tazambe filake. Yamayoni ekana le. Sopa fasino mwana pari. Eba pari sema na wata. Aifani kalema engala pere. Pakete kipa. Ewa. Pakete kese. Ewa. Pakete kipa. Ewa. Mama pakete kese. Ewa. Oh le 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 le. Tazambe filake. Yamayoni ekana sister. Sopa fasino mwana pari. Mama leki ngala lele. Pakete kipa. Ewa. Mama pakete kese. Ewa. Mama. Ewa. Mama pakete kipa. Ewa. Mama. Ewa. Ubabi so. My friend Kalema, my brother. Nicolas. Soki moninga zwi kwase. Azwi. Soki moninga alati. Soki moninga zwi. Azwi. Soki moninga alati kwase. Alati. Proga nini soki. Yamayoni. Asante sana, asante sana. Tunawapenda sana. This is Babu ya Tomban. Tunawapenda sana, tunawakaribisha wazee wa kazi.
Okay, I'm sure the music is exciting and the cocktails are flowing, but let us first address the activities tonight. The band is here. Paka chini, paka kesho, right? So prepare your dancing shoes and strokes. So back to the business at hand. We are now getting to the last two awards. And I would like to take a moment. I don't know who is on the lights. Can we have some more lights in the room so that people can see each other? Would like to appreciate our judges, the organizing committee. And since I have the mic, I am going to ask you to indulge me, the managing directors, the chief executive officers, financial directors, chief financial officers. Can you please stand up? Managing directors, chief executive officers, finance directors, chief finance officers in the room, all the companies that are in the room. I've spotted some already, so I'm just asking you to stand up because we want to appreciate you. So all the people you see standing are the ones who signed the checks, authorized the EFTs that made tonight possible. Lead organizing committee of Ned Awards, have you marked these individuals? Because we are coming back next year to ask you for funding to make this even bigger and better, but we really, really appreciate those of you who haven't wet your throats. One of our newer members here is MD of Uganda Breweries, Mr. Andrew Kilonzo. I mean, if you have not taken a Johnny Walker something, then I don't know what to do. They've got a full range of cocktails. If you would like to purchase a bottle, it's available. If you would like to personalize a bottle as a gift, they have a shop. So please don't walk away tonight without, doing the needful and making either yourself or someone you love very happy. We now go on to our second last award for the night, and this is for listed entities.
For the category of Chairman Listed Company, the nominees are Mr. Charles Mbide, Mr. Japheth Kato,
Okay, I'm going to ask the Chief Executive of NCBA Bank, Mr. Mark, to come and hand over.
Everyone, and I think this was a hard paper, isn't it? And it is only me who knows the answer now. So it gives me pleasure to introduce the winner, chairman of the company, Mr. Japheth Kato.
noted to have offered leadership as a non-executive director and chairman of listed companies Stanbic Holding Uganda Limited and Uganda Breweries Limited. Both entities are profitable and among the top taxpayers in the country. His position requires to engage and meet reporting expectations with various stakeholders, comprising of stakeholders across different geographical markets, regulators, customers, and large staff members. It is worth noting that together with other inspiring leaders, he recently initiated a boardroom masterclass, an initiative that is sharing knowledge, experiences, and best practices, and is geared at enhancing the skills of both serving and emerging board leaders across the board spectrum of the market. Congratulations, Mr. Japheth.
In the boardroom. Boardroom, please remind that some of you can't pronounce things properly. You may say something else. I said boardroom. Yeah. I know some of the newspapers are not very accurate. They could change the word. A lot of work goes on there. However, the people really, we've got the management, we've got the chief executives, we've got the board members that do quite a lot of work. And we've got those unsung heroes called company secretaries that we as a board cannot function with. Therefore, to me, I would say what we win as chairs is really a culmination of the work that people do. Now for me at Stanbic Bank, Stanbic Holdings, UBL. So this is really to them. But to Charles, to say that, it was fantastic to be with you in this competition, it's not really a competition in this recognition, but I look to you for leadership, and we would like to say that you lead, an organization that has transformed from what is now becoming a public company. You must have a lot of shareholders here, so I would like to say that I really like to share it with you, and if I may. Are you called Master of Ceremonies? What's your title? Director?
I have a fancy title, host.
Director, host, and so on. I can break all the rules since I'm the winner, and I would like to. Charles, would you like to say something to the people? The guy who listed this big thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Josephat. I'm very humbled to have been nominated for this award. Usually we get awards for best taxpayer, best profitable company. But the most important is governance. Governance and compliance. The future of this country is going to depend on called Corporate Mulokole. Corporate Mulokole. Remember Corporate Mulokole. At one time at MTN, we went through a very hard time. We're Corporate Mulokole. For every try and bring us down. We're Corporate Mulokole. And we won. We won the battle. So I appeal to you members here, members of this session, please preach harder, bring more people on board. The future of this country lies on this corporate governance of these boards, rulers of this country. Thank you very much.
And may I ask those who support me on the board, I see the CEO of the Stanbic you here. Could you stand up, please? Hey, Rachel, I saw Eva somewhere. I saw Andrew Kilonzo somewhere. Who are the other board members that I serve with? The company secretaries, I saw Rita. Rita, please stand up and so on. Now, those are some, so what I'm getting really is a reflection of the work that those people do, plus the management team that is all here. But thank you very much. God bless. I'm really honored to have this, and thank you very much.
Gonna get up, gonna get up, gonna get up. And time won't take my love away.
Congratulations, Japheth. That is definitely well deserved. We then take a bit of a commercial break as we reach the climax of tonight, which is the announcement of the Lifetime Award. I would like to request all our nominees and all our winners, while we are in this commercial break, to please come back to the stage. We need to take some pictures to show, the record must show. So nominees and winners, we invite you back onto the stage for that photo moment as we take a musical break. So we shall have a message from one of our sponsors, and then thereafter the band will take over, and then I'll request all our nominees and winners tonight to return to the stage for the photo moment.
The 2022 NED Awards are brought to you by the League of African Directors in partnership with EY Uganda, sponsored by MTN Uganda, Tinary Bank, Umeme, NCBA Uganda, Uganda National Oil Company, Stanbic Bank Uganda, Vision Group, Nation Media Group, Uganda Clays, Uganda Breweries Limited, Civil Aviation Authority, the Insurance Regulatory Authority.
Do you want access to a full issue of an old newspaper? Visit the Vision Archives website on archives.visiongroup.co.ug. Go to full issue. You will be prompted to create an account. Then you will go to date and choose year, month, and specific date of issue. After you select the issue you want, you will be expected to pay 5,000 shillings to access it. Once you create an account, your content will remain in your cart for 3 months. Vision Archives, the home of history. Do you want access to a full issue?
Our nominees and winners, please come up for the photo moment. And for the winners, I know those things are really heavy, but we would like you to come with the award. You can get someone to hold it for you, and then when it's time to take the picture, you hold it. So just come with the awards, the actual awards, but it's just the one thing that you're holding. So nominees and winners, please come to the stage and we take the photo. Nominees and winners, please, to the stage. Ooh, oh dear, oh dear.
God found me a woman, my priority. She fell in love with who I am. Yeah. She means the whole world to me. You love me better than I love myself. I just want you to know. You trust me better than I trust myself. I just wanna give you love. When I close my eyes, I know you'll be right here with me by my side forever. Do you know how much I pray for you? Oh, pray for so long for you, darling. Be mine forever. I promise to never lay you down, baby. This is my love. I belong to you. You belong to me. I give you my heart, and this is my vow. When you see the rain, I'm gonna be your umbrella. I give you my heart. This is my vow. This is the breath of fun. Niceness. Mapenzi yetu takuwa milele. Utaona. Niweze how you love you like press love chick. Nobody take your place, God. You are not number one. I'm gonna be faithful, make your day so wonderful. And you gonna take the pain away, far away. You love me better than I love myself. I just want you to know. You trust me better than I trust myself. I just wanna give you love. Now close my eyes. I know you'll be right here with me by my side forever. Do you know how much I pray for you? Oh, pray for so long for you, darling. Be my forever. I promise to Lay you down, baby. This is mine. I belong to you. Belong to me. I give you my heart, and this is my bond. When you see the rain, I'm gonna be your umbrella. I give you my heart, and this is my bond. This is forever, forever. I give you my heart, and this is my bond. Ch ch ch. Up to a bond. Niceness. Oh, Susanna, I hope you're happy now. I see you flexing on the ground with your sponsor. Susanna,
Okay,
I hope you're happy now. I see you change your skin
can we
color
have our
and your
winners?
hair's on you now.
Can we have our winners and sponsors? So the nominees, you can come down. So winners and sponsors. I think Atruju, you have to stay there. You're a permanent resident in that lineup. Yes. The nominees can leave. We would like to have the winners and sponsors. So winners and sponsors. Can we have our sponsors, so the winners and sponsors on the stage to take their photo? Winners and sponsors, please, onto the stage. Winners and sponsors. Please be careful at the back. It's okay, but you're partners. That goes without saying. So are we ready? Prepare the smiles, suck in the stomach, say NED 2022. New Vision, Nation Media. I hope we are going to see this with the appropriate real estate in the paper, not that tiny little small thing, like a nice double center spread kind of a thing. Yes, because the pictures are here, the speeches are here, so. They want you holding your mic for you.
Ça, c'est le tout-puissant Okechas. Cheza rumba. Mwana wati babeta penalty sana ndieni. Iya boyo Matata ya mwasina mobale sina tena mokili mama. Mama. Oh mama, mama. Mama. Oh mama. Matata ya mwasina mobale sina tena mokili mama. Mama, mama, mama. Oh mama, mama. Mama. Oh likambo nini nzambo sala biso mibali tosalelaka basi bango baliaka balataka biso mbula mobima penda na moko na nzoto ye. O mama matata ya mwasi na mobali sina tena mokili mama. Mama o mama 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 oh mama mama botaka imwasi oya konyokolo mamwasi nzamba pesanga etubu nabotaka mati bandeko banyokolo bana ya bato nayokaka motema pasi bandeko bamama oh mama 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 sira 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 mokili mama 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 oh mama mama oh mama Cheza rumba. Hasta poco ya sika. Ela kwani mami na koko fewe. Komanera hasta poco ya sika. Atrese mosusu te kaka esika babota kiwewe. Mokota papara mama na eva kosela yo. Kosambara na fewe Komanera hasta popo ya sika. Adrese mosusu te kaka esika babota kifewe. Okokota papara mama na yeba kosela yo. Niwe na asari, niwe na asari, niwe na asari.
Thank you very much to our band. I know you're very enthusiastic to get the party going, but we still have the last award for the night, which is the Lifetime Achievement Award. So can I ask you to take your seats, please, as we make this final announcement for tonight? Ladies and gentlemen, if you can take your seats, we have one award left to go, and then you are free to network and enjoy at leisure. So can I ask our team to please show our reel for Lifetime Award? So our winner for the Lifetime Award is Mr. George Egadu. Mr. Egadu could not be with us this evening, so Mr. James Serugo will receive the award on his behalf. And I'll ask the chairman of MTN Uganda, Mr. Charles Mbire, to hand over the award. So Mr. George Egadu has over 40 years of experience in financial audit, strategic and risk management that have seen him offer transformational leadership as a chairman, non-executive director with leading institutions such as Barclays Bank Uganda, currently Absa Bank Uganda, Bank of Africa, National Medical Stores, Lake Victoria Bottling Company Limited, among others. He has made significant contributions through the accounting profession, including leadership at PricewaterhouseCoopers Uganda and the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Uganda, in which he was instrumental in its founding and leadership to just sustainable growth, transformation, significance in the private and public sectors of Uganda. So congratulations to Mr. George Egadu, and we shall hand over the award in his absence. Some applause, please. I know he's not in the room, but it's an achievement. Don't leave me on my own. Please, call me. Thank you so much. With that handover, that marks the official end of our award ceremonies tonight. And we would like to close by giving our appreciation to all the partners and sponsors that made the award of the NED Awards 2022 possible. Thank you very much. When we come back next year, please say yes. Also to our service providers, we wouldn't be able to have such a great event without them. Ivy League, Bloom Concepts, DVI, Phenon, our band, and the Kampala Sheraton Hotel. Thank you all for making tonight great. There is still lots to drink, so even though this is the official end of the awards night, the room is still ours, till morning. So please Do take advantage of the various refreshments that are available, courtesy of Johnny Walker. The band is here, we have music, so we can continue to do what they call party after party. I've been your host, Jackie Namara Rukare, and we'll see you next year for the Ned Awards 2023.
You know that she's just a heartbreak in disguise. You know that fall for the girl is not so wise. But every time my mind wants you to stay up.
Dance, free country, free connection. 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 Connection, dance, free country, free connection. Dance, free country, free connection. Tuture, yeah. Tuture, yeah. Tuture, yeah. Tuture, yeah. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Yalo, oh, yalo, yalo, oh, yalo, salada, mama. Elokele ma fediye mama. Elokele ma yebiye mama. Elokele ma promesiye mama. Moshe no danse, oh yele oh. 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 Moshe no danse, oh yele oh.
Sure.